be sufficient. But anyway, some students requires the recording assistance, but that I have given. Now, yeah, sharp syncing. Let's talk. Anybody knows sharp syncing? Any idea?
Yes,
Set
Saddam.
material from top to bottom for creation of shaft.
Hmm. So these shafts are basically either it can be vertical or it can be inclined also. Inclined. Shaft is basically an axis. A shaft is one type of access to minerals. That means it's a development work. The primary development, as I taught in the last class, primary development. For example, we have one, we have one deposit like this underground and underground and we want to mine this thing. So what we do that we go for shafts, vertical roadways like this. This is very important because from here we will be connecting the, now you remember Anjali, now probably you will be remembering.
So shouldn't the shaft be made within the ore body only?
Yeah, no, not always, not always, not always. Sometimes what happens, if you are putting the, if you are making a shaft here, this is the shaft, and this is vertical shaft. This is vertical shaft. So there will be the famous picture of head gears, that you see usually. And then there will be lift kind of thing going up and down. Yeah. So we are making something in footwall. This is footwall side. This is not. We usually do not damage the hangwall side. So what happens if I do this thing alternatively, like say this is the deposit and something in the outcrop is also there, and you are on surface, and you have the ore body here. So if somebody tries to make it make it in the middle of this, then there are certain problems. It is not true that it is not done. It is done many cases. First thing, if you are within the ore body, then what is happening, you will be leaving some say 20 meter shaft pillars. This is protective. This is protective. That means you cannot blast this and out. Understand this, because the shaft will be damaged. So you'll be losing this mineral, this part. So what we do, we can place it here, but not through the ore body. We can slightly offset it. That means it just goes outside the ore body, outside the ore body, so that the shaft is sunk in such a way that outside we have plain host rock, waste rock, stronger than the ore, and we can give support. So now this vertical shafts, or if you are making, say, just follow this ore body and make inclined shafts like this. These are inclined shafts. Now from here you can connect. You can connect. So this is an incline or or incline or inclined shaft. So it is a vertical shaft. This is inclined shaft. Fine. Now what I'm telling is that this speed of the sinking, unless you go very fast, you cannot develop the mine. You cannot develop the ore deposit, because these connecting roads and all other things, all other circuits that you need to develop very fast. So you need to have a good team, technically expert, and they should be actually they are actually the key persons in the beginning for developing things. Other than whatever you are making on the surface, the underground development, especially for your shaft sinking, is very important. So in there was one party I found, they did 106 meter in 6 years. And there is another party, I will not tell the name, who did 400 meter in 8 months. I know both the parties. See the difference. If you go to Malanchkhand, is Dibyam Chandel in this class? No. So with Dibyam is senior to you? Dibyam Chandel, or he is in dual degree?
Sir is a senior.
You're senior, okay. He has visited Malanchkhand. I don't think any of us in this class, we have visited Malanchkhand copper mine, because we have not done any kind of this thing. But if someone has done during the internship, then he might have seen it. The the shaft sinking is highly mechanized now, highly mechanized. The ventilation, the support, everything is highly mechanized. So we need to, for the economic purpose, so to reduce this capital block, which in the beginning we started. That means we first rate, fast or quick return on investment. So for that, first thing, the risk investors are there. They should be available, otherwise you'll not get. And then fast development. You may get some investor, but if you don't have the technology of how fast you can develop, then what will happen? Then your capital will be unnecessary, money will be blocked. You cannot get the return unless you go inside the ore body and all those things. In surface mines also, you will be requiring a lot of development rights, all electricity, water, residential quarters, and most notably the hauled roads, the benches, and the also the removal of overburden, and that is expensive. And that removal of overburden means drilling, blasting, everything, and then you have to have the dumps, overburden dumps, where you'll keep that material. Then when the mineral is exposed, then you start getting the return, and then it slowly starts balancing, and you see that your investment return on investment becoming very, very high, and it becomes profitable. You need to infuse capitals. That means in a period of say if you are having a 50 years of life of the mine, then you'll see that in first 5 years you'll have lot of investment with negative cash flow, lot. Then you start say getting return, say positives. These are positive side, this is negative side. You start getting return, okay, maybe fluctuating, and then it becomes steady, sometimes jumping due to price, sorry. Sometimes you get good returns, but what happens? Sometimes you'll see that to keep it sustainable, to make it sustainable, you need to invest. You need to invest periodically during the working life of the mine. That means again you invest certain part of the return that you are getting. So you may be investing periodically for further development, or your certain part is invested for increasing the facilities, safety, many other things. So that means in between, it is not something like this that you are investing something, purchasing some share and capital and forgetting, you are purchasing some mutual fund and just sleeping. No, you are actually getting the benefits after the initial block years, and then also periodically investing the money into the business for expansion and sustainability. So this becomes a part of business. And if you can project, means if you can visualize what will be the cash flow patterns, then you must have a complete idea of what will be the positive cash flows and what will be the series of negative cash flows. What is negative cash flow and what is positive cash flow? Ronald Sunray, are you there? Ronald, are you there? Okay, so Manikant, are you there? What is positive cash flow and what is negative cash flow?
So positive cash flow, the company is getting money, like it's the value of its assets are increasing, and negative cash flow is just opposite of that.
Negative cash flow means you are paying. You are paying.
Yes, sir.
That means if you are paying to your workers, is it positive cash flow or negative cash flow?
So it's a negative cash flow.
Negative cash flow. And if you are selling the mineral in the market, if you are getting money, I'm not talking about profit. I'm talking about money, revenue.
Yes, so
Revenue
that's a
means
positive
earning.
cash flow.
That is positive cash flow, right? So there will be a
Yes.
number of cash flows which are positive, either positive or negative in character. Okay. Now that's why, in the beginning, a huge capital is used up for the development of the mine, and then you start getting a mixture of things like positive and negative both. You are getting positive cash flows, thinking that you are getting return. Now suddenly you decide, okay, the mine is well developed now. Let us, bring 10 dumpers more or 20 dumpers more, and 4 excavators we add, shovels. Then what happens? You again infuse some capital. Momentarily you are in the negative cash flow. Doesn't matter, you have a good cash reserve, utilize that for the purpose of the wages and other things. So again, you after 2 years, just again, you jump with the with more money. Now we cannot just evaluate a mining property by its value mineral content. That means, say, if I know that I have some 10 million tons of some deposit, zinc or silver or say copper deposit, and then we know the grade of it. That means, say, we know that 2% or 1.5% of the mineral. So what do I do from 10 this 10 million ton, then multiplied by that copper content or gold content or silver content, and then multiply by the market price, LME price, the London Metal Exchange price. So if I know the LME price today, London Metal Exchange price, that is governing our price. So that London Metal Exchange price, so I know the tonnage, I know the grade percentage, and then we get the metal content. When you get the metal content, then you can multiply by this with the price P and get the value of the metal in it. But this is just a value of the metal, value of the mineral content, nothing else. We need to estimate actually the annual cash flows as realistically as possible. Remember, this is very important. As realistically as possible, because this is a technical thing. So what happens? So if somebody is performing, say, I need about, say, 200 meter or 400 meter of vertical shaft, 400 meters, say 400 meter of vertical shaft. And when you go about 200 meter, then you can start working. Two things are coming. One is that the rate at which you can easily go up to 200 meter, in how many years you go to 200 meter, that you must know. And when you are reaching 200 meter, both the things happen. You go on developing the mine. At the same time, you start getting return from the developed part, the part which you have already developed. You have an ore body, and already some part is developed, certain part is developed. So when you have reached this part, then start mining, and then start getting return. At the same time, you go down further, and start attacking the other part of the mineral later. So at that stage, two things will happen. One, you have to still go on capital investing capital, and at the same time, you will start getting the return. That is precisely why, this realistic assessment of the cash flows is very, very important for projects, especially in mining projects, because somebody will give you a rosy picture. नहीं सर, इतना तो मिल जाएगा, you will get it. In 5 साल में हम तो इतना sharp thinking करेंगे, and you will start getting your money back, and this is the value. So it is a very attractive project. Remember that depends on how realistically it has been projected and how much you understand as an investor or a consultant to the investor. So make it realistic, whether it has been realistically projected, whether the DPR or the detailed project feasibility report has been realistically made, or it is a dream kind of thing. That is very important. That means a detailed feasibility study is required to estimate the life of the mine, number one, with different levels of mechanization and automation. That's what I was stating repeatedly, that at different phase of the life of the mine, you are also increasing the levels of mechanization. Or at the end, sometimes we are withdrawing the number of machines, the level of mechanization, just to phase out. And how much automation we are going to adopt, because the automation is now a big subject. How much automation is required? Because in many cases, you will be requiring to augment or enhance the rate of production by using automation techniques. So what are the different levels of mechanization? You cannot just start, with a very high level of mechanization in the beginning. Slowly you reach a certain level and then you augment the level of mechanization. Evaluate the time value of investment and return, which you have learned. That means whatever is the cash flow that you are thinking, the negative cash flows or the positive cash flows over the year. This is time and this is the cash flow, say in millions rupees. So these are actually year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 like that. So when you are doing this, then you have to find out the present value of money, present value of all this money, present value of these things, all this present value. So you must know the time value of all the investments and returns. That means all the investments, series of investments which will fluctuate, and the return which will also fluctuate. In the beginning there will be negative returns, no return, or simply flat. That means no return. Then it goes slowly high. It may be at peak for 20-30 years or start dropping and then phasing out. So it means that we must know this time value of all these returns and investment and find out all the present values. That means we must evaluate the time value of all the investments and returns, which is a part of the project report. Convert the overall estimate into measures of relative attractiveness. That means it is not only the profit, the amount of profit. It is not only the amount of profit that is the only thing, because there will be certain profitability measures. Like say I am spending 500 crores over or 200 crores over a period of 5 years. Okay, so when I am getting the return, even if I get the time value understood, fully understood the time value of my 200 crores over that period, then in how many years from the initial day of investment, in how many years I am getting the entire capital return, in how many years, and in how many years, in the sense that means if I am investing 200 crores over a period of 5 years, then I have to know the value of the 200 crores as present value. What is the present value? That means I'm investing 200 crores. Say today I'm investing 50, then again I'm investing 70, like that. So I will go on finding these things in terms of present value. In terms of present value. At the same time, I will try to understand also that in how many years I'm getting these things. If I invest 200 crores and then in 10 years I'm getting 200 crores, or in 15 years I'm getting 200 crores, that makes a huge difference. Huge difference. So we must know that it is only it should not be only a value of the mineral deposit or simply the amount of profit. So we need to understand the different measures of relative attractiveness. This is actually our subject. This is the main topic. What are the different measures of attractiveness? That is the profit is only attractive thing, or in how many years it is we are getting the profit, in how many years we are getting the money back, what is the rate of return, is it better than the investment in bank, or if I keep my money in post office, or if I purchase this thing, your mutual fund, then why should I unnecessarily make so much of troublesome and risky investment in mining? So the rate of return on my investment should be much higher than the market rate of return. Otherwise, why should I invest? I will simply keep that money and go sleep, nothing else. Why should I unnecessarily take risk? So there has to be a number of measures of relative attractiveness. This is very important. Relative attractiveness. That relatively, this mining project is more attractive than keeping in the bank, than keeping in other project, than investing in some other project. So this relative attractiveness, that has to be properly justified, and the investor must understand, okay, this is the attraction in the project. It is better than others, and this much risk I can take because the profit is very high. So now I'll give for about 10 minutes break, and then I will come back.
to share. So what we'll do, we'll check that previous one is not now.
Okay, I'm back. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, okay. Welcome back. So the techniques which I were talking about, the relative attractiveness of mining projects, relative attractiveness. So the techniques of evaluation must be very clearly written in the written down or recorded in DPR, detailed project reports. This is in the beginning. This is the single most important document that we prepare for any projects. So the criteria for acceptability or rejection of a project must be a well-established indicator. Remember that. आप अपने मन से मन मत बनाइए unless you are an economist or an expert on this. So the project evaluation in terms of modern business management has to be evaluated in terms of well-established indicators in terms of economics. So these indicators we must know, some of them, all of them we don't want to learn. Some of the important indicators required to be learned. So the criteria for acceptability must also satisfy the expectations of the local or global investors. Now, you are telling, being a consultant or or some technical, some director, that yeah, this is attractive. This is your opinion, but the the entire partners, the local or global investor, must be convinced, or they must be aware that this is a well established indicator and we can invest in this. This is very important, very important, because I am a mining engineer, so you can tell something in mining and I understand, being very emotional, yeah, this should be done like that. But the people who are investors, they will see all those things: profit, how many years the profit is coming back, whether they will be able to do the so-called CSR, so corporate social responsibility, their image in the market, whether they will be acceptable in other business areas also. Everything they will see. So the local global investor and should be well aware, and the criteria for acceptability must be very well explained to them, and it must be expressed in terms of well established indicators. So now the mineral property valuation has become more important today in the context of coal and mineral block auctions, because what is happening, you will see that nowadays the coal blocks or mineral blocks are not actually being renewed. Once the period of lease is expiring, then you are not automatically getting renewal after just submitting my application and paying some fees. It is not so. If you are getting a lease for 30 years, then Government of India after 30 years will not be renewing your lease anymore. So you will be only another competitor, because it has been found that the people who are taking the lease of minerals, they are not mining at all. They are mining only a part of it, and the others are lying for 40 years or 50 years. That I have seen also. And the government says now you have to return that lease. We cannot, you cannot sit on that lease and you are not producing. That means you are not utilizing the mineral property, not exploiting at all. So now the Government of India is going for auction, regular auction. Once the the lease is lease period is over, then it will be go for auction. You will be given priority because you are already having certain things, but you are basically at par with the other bidders. When it is bidding in the open market, then there will be some people who will be bidding very high rate of bidding. This is basically done by some people who are having idle money, and they use that for risk investment. And to prove that in business world they are very powerful. Say we 3 or 4 we have our businesses and we have mining experiences also. So we are typical miners for last 50 years or 70 years. We are in mining in some form or other. But suddenly we'll see that in last year we have seen that in auctioning, one pharma company got one block, very important mineral block, by bidding the highest amount. Now you see, if the pharma company has done it, there will be very few who will be doing it just to show his importance in the business world. They have definitely gone through the prospect of the business that they are bidding for the mineral blocks that they are bidding for. They must have gone through, the total or detailed project report prepared by their consultants. And mineral property valuation and return has become very important nowadays when auction is the primary method through which you are getting the ownership or lease of any mineral blocks. The proper realistic valuation and evaluation has become very, very important now. But now what is happening that the previously some people got the end user criteria preference. That means if you have a limestone mine, say in Chaibasa, we have limestone mines, Jharkhand. If the owner of these limestone mines has cement factory or plant, then previously this company was given first priority, top priority in renewal of lease or even during the auction also in the beginning, because this is called a captive mine. Can you give us another similar example other than limestone and cement? What could be such interesting and technical connection between the product and the end user?
So Tata Steel and its steel plants.
Tata Steel, that means iron ore mines. Who is speaking?
So Manikant.
Manikant steel plant. Very good example. And there is a third one, very popular. Boliye, others.
Savida.
Huh? Boliye.
Some Mahindras also have some plants.
Mahindra.
Yes.
What is the mineral that they are producing?
I'm not sure, sir. Maybe steel.
No, I'm talking about the mineral production of mineral.
Sir, coal and the power plant. Coal and the power plant.
Who's speaking? Coal and power plant. Who said that?
Sir, Vishal.
Vishal. Very good. Very good. Very good. Now you have understood the idea. That means we have the concept of captive mines for quite long. So we used to get, since, see, I have invested millions of rupees, to prepare or install the cement factory. So I have some mines, I have lease, nearby mines. Say we have limestone mines. Okay. And we have cement plant. That means the production and end user are same and one party. Limestone mines feeding to cement plant. Then Manikant was telling iron ore mines and going to steel plant. Another good example. And the third one came as the coal. For economic purpose, coal is a mineral. Power plant. So if I have a power plant and I have I'm deprived of the coal mines, then where from I get the coal? That was the issue in the beginning, and there was no answer. So why should they suffer? Because the country heavily depends on coal-fired power. About more than now 70% of power still comes from the coal-fired power plants. So if you stop producing coal, you'll have severe problem in this your electricity supply. Huge problem. Nowadays we have cut down a lot of expenditure by using LED lights, but still new plants are coming up, so they will consume that the plants, their consumption is very high. So this coal feeding to power plant, that chain now it is not sure. So when your lease is over, you will be you're given a chance to bid along with the other bidders. And about the feeding to power plant, of course the Coal India is still there, it is owned by government, but you can purchase from open market, private sector, open market. So you can have a kind of what should I say, MOU for years, 5 years or so, and you get the coal there. Similarly, it is happening to steel plants and limestone mines there. Now there are also certain corruption in this also, that there will be some party who will be bidding with another name. Another name is they're all registered, and they will be bidding high and get this lease and then get in touch with the same cement plant. This also can happen. And by which unnecessarily the cost of the price of the this auction bid amount will be going very high. And what happens if the bid is very high? What is the problem in economic terms? If I purchase, this is happening with many mines where they have somehow found that the DPR is attractive. Okay, DPR is okay, and the profit is also lucrative. Okay, but the bid amount is high. Just to win that auction, bid amount is high. So what happens? After these things, they start thinking the ground level reality, and many projects are suffering and they surrender this lease. This is also happening. So we are in a process of learning as to how to make this perfect for the auction process and get the best out of it. Now I'll go back to the main issue, that fierce competition also in the market. They often lead to overvaluation of a property and risk in investment. This is what I was telling. Overestimation of the property. This must be avoided. Overestimation of the property. And then it becomes more risky for the investors. So we need an expert technical study followed by a detailed financial analysis. This is very much necessary for investment in mine. This is what I conclude. Now, approaches for valuation. How to do that? Means we all understood. Now you have understood definitely that the valuation of mineral property is most important as far as investment is concerned. And the value usually often indicates the market value of the property. That means the tonnage, the size and shape of the property, where it is, at what depth, and I mean this is because this is all in the earth. So the market value is the value established in a public market by exchange between a willing buyer and a willing seller. That means something which is not exactly the market price, it is the market value. It is the market value, not exactly the market price of it. That means when you are selling certain things, say government is now giving you a lease through an auction. So you are paying say 5 million or 50 million. You are paying. That depends on many things. The value of the mineral content, and also that means the market price of the content, the investment required, the return pattern, at what rate you will get the return, what is the sustainability of business. If I am to invest, then I may want it to continue to invest and continue to get return for 30 years. That is my business. I mean, this is because big business, they will try to invest for quite a long time to grow it and then enjoy the profits. And definitely definitely, what is the risk? What is the risk? What is the probability that it will fail? That you must know before all these things. So the four common indicators or approaches are income, that is cash flow. Then there is something called market approach. There is a cost approach, and there is option pricing approach. Option pricing. This we'll be discussing one by one. First one is the income or cash flow. That means if there is an expenditure, it is a reverse cash flow. That means cash flow is a very, very popular method of approach for understanding the attractiveness or valuation of mineral properties. In valuation of mineral properties, the cash flow is a very popular approach. In the income or cash flow approach, managers will calculate net present value of an investment project and accept the project if it has a positive net present value. Have you gone through this thing, net present value, earlier in economics somewhere? Shobhit? Ranjali or Manikant? Anyone listening to me? Have you come across the word NPV, net present value?
Yes, sir.
Where?
Economics, sir.
Economics. So what is that net present value?
So like it's the future value. Like we basically predict what is that in like present
I'm
time.
talking about present value, not future value.
Yeah, so like in the present scenario, we predicted.
Predict. That means if you are investing in future or if you are getting a return in future, you have to calculate everything back to present. Present means the time when you are taking a decision. That particular moment. So today we are taking a decision. So 2022, January or February. So at this point, if you can project all the cash flows which are going either out or coming in as a positive cash flow, then we have to say year wise, if I know the distribution of the cash flows, different types of cash flows, then we have to convert those cash flows into the present value terms. That means what will happen if I calculate the future value of say something is say 2 lakhs or 10 lakhs in the year 2025. I'm supposed to get say 20 lakhs in the year 2025. What is the present value of that 25 lakhs in the January 2022? That is the present value. So what is happening? If you can project this for say 20 years, and if you know the present values, if you can calculate back all the present values of all those future investments and returns, then you can find out the net present value. Net present value. The net present value is one of the most important indicators for judging attractiveness of any project. It is a very popular, method in this project appraisal, the net present value calculation. First thing, as you are telling the right word, to forecast future cash flows. Future cash flows. That means if I have a mining project roughly about 30 years, for 30 years projected, and certain part maybe only for reclamation, rehabilitation and closure, final closure, maybe a few years. So this is my active life of the mine. In this you have to know, say year wise, 1 2 3, like that. You have to go up to 30 years. 30 years. This is 0 1 2 3 4 5, like that. So here what is happening, you must know at the year, say at the end of the year of fifth year, what are the cash flows, future cash flows. Say at the end of some 20th year, for the 20th year, what are the cash flows, how to forecast the future cash flows. That's why if you go through a mining project report, you will see that they have tentatively projected the investment and return both for the entire period of life, I mean entire projected period of life, mine life. So this at the year of say 20th year. So usually we calculate this cash flows at the end of the year. That means the, say for 21-22, for the financial year 21-22, we will be calculating all these things in March 2022. Okay, for the financial year 2021 to 22, we'll be calculating these things March 2022. So in this balance sheets or accounting, what we will do, we will tabulate all cash flows. All cash flows. That means number one, all incomes. That means these are positive cash flows. All and all expenses, negative cash flows. Remember that it is one of the toughest job. It seems very simple. It is not at all. It is not at all. You must know the manpower deployment pattern. You must know it. How many your men will be required, their wages every year, and the increase in DA, increase in facilities, all these things you must know about only the manpower part. Now you must know also the pattern of deploying the machine deployment pattern. Okay, so here what is happening, capital plus maintenance. Okay, similarly we must know, say you are trying to project diesel consumption for 30 years. You are trying to understand the drilling cost for 30 years, explosive consumption for 30 years. All these things you have to project. Okay, now these are certain negative cash flows. Now the return means that your sales revenue projection. That means you are projecting the rate of production for 30 years. Production in tons, 1 million tons. And this is time, 30 years. So yearly, maybe somewhere here you start and then go like that, and then maybe flat, and then so you have to project it correctly. Project it correctly. This is the initial block period with some, occasional production also from the development itself. Otherwise, practically this is no production. So this is where from you are getting the returns. This return is from primarily sale of product. This is one, say for mining, you need these things. And also sometimes you get salvage value. Say you are selling out some old equipment. These things. Sometimes sale of rejects. What kind of things that we sell which are rejects? Any example? Sale of rejects from plants or mines. Vishal.
Sometimes waste products also, like, what do we say? There's a technical term.
What waste product is useful for sale?
So like in metal mines, sometimes we get bronze as byproduct or aluminum as byproduct. Then it is valuable.
Bronze is an alloy, so you cannot get
Sorry,
it
so not bronze. So
other than the principal mineral.
yes. So like if we are mining for something else and we get something else as a byproduct, like.
So sometimes what happens, they are called the associated minerals, but remember that the associated minerals are to be officially declared. So you have to pay royalty also. Okay. So the sale of rejects means sale of waste products, like say waste rocks. So in the year 2020, 2002, we sold waste rock worth 3 crores from an old mine. 3 crores. Waste rock. These waste rocks were brought near Kolaghat and Kharagpur. This highway was being made in those days. So the contractor, they purchased those waste rock, so-called waste rock, for 3 crores in 2022. I still remember. Sometimes people purchase mill tailings. You get good money from tailings also. The tailings are used for nowadays for brick making also, for bricks. In plants also, you must have heard about the fly ash. Fly ash from the power plants. The fly ash is in the hot cake now. You cannot get fly ash so easily. So fly ash is being taken by the cement plants for making your cements. Fly ash is being sold. So all these things will give you money back. That means these are basically sales realization. That means revenue from the principal product, from the associated products, from the byproducts, and from the waste also, if you can sell it. All those are cash flows. Whether it is positive cash flows or negative cash flows, we need to understand all future cash flows. Very clearly. And to discount those cash flows back to present. What do you mean by discounting? To discount those cash flows back to present. Discounting means, see, sometimes we jokingly tell that you take his words with a pinch of salt. That means you don't believe in the word and as it is. So you have to discount it. So if somebody tells you there are friends, good friends, they will say that I went to Tadoba Tiger Reserve and I saw 6 tigers and 10 leopards. So you have to discount it because of the nature of the dialogue. So here the nature of the market is such that you have to apply some discounting factor. That means simply the old and classical concept of time value of money. That means if I am getting certain amount here as a positive cash flow, say a positive cash flow of say CF, positive cash flow here, then this cash flow has to be discounted. That means the value of this cash or this return in the year 2025 has to be calculated back in terms of 2022 today, assuming the market return of say I, which you must know. Say if I simply invest it for government bonds or other returns, then if I get say around 9% return, then I have to calculate this to return which is projected for the year 2025 in terms of 9% interest rate back to 2022. That means what is the present value of this future value of say 10 lakhs. Say I am getting revenue of 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs, rupees 10 lakhs in the year 2025. And the expected interest rate, market interest rate is 9%. So if this is a positive cash flow from the return, then what is the present value of this money? Can you calculate quickly? What is the present value of 10 lakhs in the year 2025 in the interest 9% as on 2022? 3 years, 2003, 23, 24 and 25, 3 years. Who is calculating? Money?
Yes, sir, calculating. So it will have 2,70,000 of interest. So total 12,70,000.
No.
So we are having compound interest or simple interest for this?
Compound interest. आप simple interest ले लो ना. You take simple interest. How does it matter? You take any interest. I mean, usually what is happening, the interest rate is compounded. It is always compounded. But you have your own choice. Present value 2022. Yeah, some girl student was talking. Please. The future value is 10 lakhs in the year 2025. The market interest rate is 9%. What is the present value of 10 lakhs in the year 2022?
So 7,72,000.
7 lakh 72,000.
Yes, sir.
Who is speaking?
Well,
Huh?
Sir, 7.72 lakh.
Yeah. 7.72 lakhs. So how do you calculate that? Tell me. It is being taught
10
by
lakhs,
yeah.
10 lakhs divided by 1 plus 0.9 to the power 3.
Yes. That is the. So that 1 by 1 plus r raised to the power n is called the discounting factor that will be learning. That means you are applying that particular factor. A factor you are applying there to get a realistic value of that money as on today and present day. That means the value of 10 lakh in the year 2005 is equivalent to 7.2 lakhs, 7.72 lakhs in the year 2022. This is what I am telling. That means the reverse is also true. The 7.72 lakhs today is equivalent to 10 lakhs in 2025. 7.72 lakhs has the same buying capacity as on today, which is equivalent to buying capacity of 10 lakhs in the year of 2025. That means whatever you are getting over a projected period of life, for projected period of life, whether they are negative or whether they are positive, all are to be discounted. All are to be discounted at a common point of reference. At a common point of reference, all are to be discounted and projected at a common point of reference. All at a point. Why? If I am discounting everything, this discounting method is basically applying an interest rate, the effect of an assumed interest rate, which will give us the values of all the cash flows for a common basis. That means, say today if I am projecting, then the all the present values at 2022, all of them back to this. That means there will be some positive, cash flows. There will be a series of positive cash flows. They are all discounted cash flows. That means you have applied the formulas. And there will be a series of negative cash flows. They are also discounted. Discounted means you have applied the formula of present value. Formula of present value. So now you can think, say today, if I am investing 7.72 lakhs, okay, and you are getting 10 lakhs in the year 2025. Simple example, try to understand. That in 2022 March, we are investing around 7.72 lakhs and we are getting 10 lakhs in 2025. Are you getting a profit or you are at loss? I am giving you 7.72 lakhs today. You are giving me 10 lakhs in the year 2025 March. I am making a profit or making a loss?
So you are making a profit considering the inflation.
Considering?
The inflation is about 2-3%, and you are getting about.
I'm just talking about interest rate. Inflation
So
to make it worse.
Then you are making a profit, of course.
You are making a profit of 3 lakhs.
That's a 2,20,000, 30,000.
Any other opinion? Today.
So I think profit depends on the market value. I mean, is it how the market is doing at that time?
So I'm telling the market rate was in 9%, you calculated. 9% interest rate is calculated. I have already declared it that a market interest rate 9%. So you have told me that the value of 10 lakhs in 2025 is equivalent to the value of 7.72 lakhs as on today. Okay. My simple question is this, that if I am lending you 7.72 lakhs today, giving you 7.72 lakhs today, and then in 2025, after 3 years, you are giving back 10 lakhs. So am I making profit or loss, or no profit, no loss?
So I think it's a profit, sir.
It's a profit. Why it is a profit?
No, sir, it's no profit, no loss because it's equivalent actually.
Exactly, that thing has to be understood properly. That I am not making any profit, I am not making any loss. Unnecessarily, I am, taking a risk. That means there is a risk of loss of money also. So unnecessarily, I am taking a risk. Why? I have got what I have invested. That means if I invest 7.72% in the market, that means where I mean the 9% average interest rate is available, then I will automatically get 10 lakhs. So if you are giving me 10 lakhs, which is actually worth 7.72 lakhs today, then I am not making any profit, not making any loss also. I am no profit, no loss. Unnecessarily, I am investing this money. So what is happening? If you calculate all our returns and investment in this same way, that means all the future values, the future cash flows in terms of the present value, then now you will be able to find out something called the net present value, something called NPV, net present value. So now I'll just again tell the same example that you have given me 7.72 lakhs. And in the year 2025, I am giving you back, 11 lakhs. The market rate of interest is 9%. Are you making a profit? Question remained the same. I have just changed the value. Today,
Yes, sir.
I am taking 7.72 lakhs from you. Okay. And in 2025, I am giving you 11 lakhs. So are you making any profit? The market rate of interest is
Yes.
9%.
Yes, sir. 1 lakh profit.
Yeah, because the future value of 7.72 lakhs in the year 2025 at the rate 9% is 10 lakhs. That's why if I calculate the 11 lakhs back to 2022, you will be seeing that the present value of the return is more than the present value of 7.72 lakhs. Can you quickly calculate and help me? Today I have 7.72 lakhs. This is basically for me. Say I am investing 7.72 lakhs. Okay, this is positive cash flow. Sorry, negative cash flow. I am investing. And after getting up in 2025 at the rate of 9%, I got 11 lakhs. So that is positive cash flow. What is the value of 11 lakhs today? What is the value of 11 lakhs today?
So
At the rate
8
of,
lakh 49,000.
how much?
8 lakhs 49,000.
8,49,000. So this is negative cash flow and this is positive cash flow. The net present value of all cash flows, positive and negative, will be 0.77 lakhs. This is the NPV, net present value. That means if there are only two transactions, one in the beginning and one in the end, then I can easily find out what is the net worth, the net present value of the project. So if the net present values are positive, then the project is attractive. Now question is that what is your satisfaction level is different. But if it is negative, then primarily it is rejected. If it is positive, what rate of interest you are getting, what is the what is your expectation from the project, all those things will come. But the net present value is a basic indicator, and a positive net present value will easily attract any investor, considering the time value of money. We are not talking about inflation, that has to be adjusted later, but the net present value must be positive for attracting any investor. That means if I have if I have a series of positive values, that means sales revenue and other things, and a series of I know the negative cash flows, and if I know the present values of all these negative values, negative cash flows, and the positive cash flows over the entire life of the project under appraisal, then I can find out the net present value by adding the present values of all future cash flows in terms of their signs. That means positives and negatives. The net present value will give us an indicator, will give you an indicator whether the project is primarily attractive or not. If it is negative in nature, NPV value, then it is usually outright rejected, or it is reviewed before rejection, that whether we have made any mistakes or not. By reviewing, you may see that it is further negative, or maybe it can go up positive. But negative values will generally distract anybody. Any positive net present value of any project appraisal will initially attract the people. Let us consider this project. Because mining is capital intensive, and over the years there is a risk, so a high NPV net present value will be easily attracting some people. Otherwise, it will not. Okay, then I think this much is enough for today, and I'll be sharing your my PPT with you also here in the MS Team. So you'll get it, you can download it and study it also. No problem. Maybe in the month of February, we'll be having this thing, one exam that will be declared by Professor Patel. So is there any provision for taking attendance here? Here, no? Attendance.
Sir, I had a question.
Yeah.
Sir, like how is this market interest rate and inflation are different? Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
that we have a class also, but since you have asked, see your market interest rate, that means return, the return on investment must be more than the inflation, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, what will happen? You will be losing. That
Yes,
is
sir.
the
I will.
problem. That is the problem with certain fixed deposit kind of thing. Say if you are today, if you might have seen that in your this thing in your savings bank account, if you open a fixed deposit, you will get some 5.2%, which is very, very low. And if your inflation rate is 7% or 8%, then you will be losing. You'll be losing. That means the interest, the return that you are getting by your investment is less than the inflation. That means the money is getting devalued faster than you are earning. That means if you're trying to fight with the inflation, that means say your money should grow at a rate which is faster than the inflation rate. So that there is one particular chapter on this, and maybe in the next class itself we'll be getting from Professor Patel. The inflation this year, this semester he will be teaching that inflation and how to counteract that. How to decide also, that's a very important question you asked. That is also we'll be discussing how to fix this interest rate. And how do get it? Where from you get this 9% for doing all these things? Isn't it? That's a very important
Yes, sir.
question.
Yes, sir. So, sir, like, if let's say this inflation is about 7% and market interest rate is about 9%, then I have my money, like I have, let's say, 5 lakhs, and I invested it in some market, so it growed up for 5 years. It growed at 9% interest, which is like the market at interest. And then if somebody asks me if I had made any profit or not, so what should I say? Like I am not get so I won't have any profit according to market at interest, but I will have profit if we say, if we like look from inflation.
Yeah, there is the interrelation between these two about the balancing between the growth rate and the inflation rate. If you are considering that the inflation rate, if the inflation rate is low compared to your growth rate, then you are in terms of economics, okay, you are making profit, or rather you are counteracting the inflation. That is true. That will be true. But if you are going by, but you have to, when you judge it, then you have to mix these two, and then only you can find out the present value. Today we have, what we are doing is a very simple thing. Means your interest rate, market interest rate, we are taking for the discounting rate. Say unfortunately, if that inflation rate is more than the market interest rate, then you are gone.
Yes, sir.
That is there. So in any economy, when the inflation is very high, you will see that how it collapses. Many countries it happened. Why it collapses? Because whatever you do, you'll be in the negative, because the inflation rate is very high. Okay, then thank you very much. We'll be joining next Wednesday.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
For very nice interaction in the class. Thank you very much.